message when you smile. UCI Track Nations Cup Milton.
L'Union cycliste internationale souhaite la bienvenue au Centre national de cyclisme de Paris au jour 1 de la population piste UCI Tissot de Milton 2023.
Ani, bienvenue, and welcome. We will begin this event by acknowledging that we are meeting on Aboriginal land that has been inhabited by Indigenous people from the beginning. As settlers, we are grateful for the opportunity to be here, and we thank all the generations who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Long before today, as we gather here, there have been Aboriginal peoples who have been the stewards of this place. Today, we are gathering on the treaty lands and territory of the Mississauga of the Credit First Nation, as well as the traditional territory of the Huron-Wendat and Haudenosaunee peoples. We recognize and deeply appreciate their historic connection to this place. We also recognize the contributions
While you may not be running a sexual friend, waiting on us and that you are a teenager, you are was just as you know. Your radio Jesus gets to know you, your passions, and the way you help others. So you can live yours. That's right.
The 2023 Tissot UCI Track Nations Cup Milton would like to thank its official partners.
La coordination piste UCI Tissot 2023 remercie ses principaux partenaires.
Tissot Swiss Watches since 1853 is proud to be the official timekeeper of the Tissot UCI Track Nations Cup in Milton.
Tissot, depuis 1853, est fier d'être le présentateur de la coordination de
Microphone blue. Thumbs up. Good.
And now, please welcome to the stage Mayor of Milton, Gordon.
Well, thank you very much for having me being here. It only seems like yesterday when I was standing on the stage here on welcoming those individuals to the 2015 Pan Am Games when it all started here. And we continue the tradition here at the Velodrome here in the town of Milton. And I just want to thank all those volunteers that make it possible for this to happen here in the town of Milton. It would not happen without those volunteers. Last but certainly not least, I want to welcome each and every individual, especially our international visitors from other countries, here to the town of Milton in this great nation of Canada. Thank you and good luck with all the competitors. Thank you.
For an exciting community initiative. Dylan Bibbage, Maggie Coles-Lister, Matthias Guillemette, Kelsey Mitchell, and Sarah Van Dam rode stunning Argon 18.
You want it back immediately? No, I'll have to. Okay.
production. It's really turning out some world champions, some Olympic champions now. And this Canadian program, they're adding to their portfolio of velodromes. Another one has opened up in Quebec, an indoor one in Bromont, replacing an outdoor one. And then out west, Edmonton is going to be the home of another velodrome. I think it's slated to open in 2025. There's a look at the Canadian women who will get a bronze medal coming up a little bit later on tonight. Sarah Van Dam on that Canadian team will also race in the elimination race later on. Starting to form up once again. The riders have stopped going around in circles.
Really accessible, and it's just fun. Turning left, folks, can be fun, believe it or not. So, but no gears, no brakes. I mean, what kid doesn't want to go flying around with no brakes, right? It's a great time, and it's a great sport. Coming up later on the program, so after we get done here with the team pursuit, we're going to move right into the team sprint. And so you know, folks, we got gold medalists, Olympic gold medalist, Elsie Mitchell. We've got Olympic bronze medalist, Laria Janae in the house as well. So they're going to be vying for all of the hardware here in Milton.
Bikes being loaded back up here on the near side for the Germans, and over there on the far side for the Brits. Great Britain finishing third in the first World Nations Cup, stop in Jakarta. They pick up a bronze medal. And then in Cairo, they were a little bit further down. They finished in 8th. And Germany 10th in Jakarta. And of course, they won bronze in Cairo, but of course there are some different faces, ins and outs. Lisa Klein raced for Germany in Cairo last month. Both sides measuring their depth in a way, getting everyone a chance to get some high-level racing. And here we go, inside 40 seconds to go, and then 16 laps for gold, 4 kilometers. There's a look at Archibald once again. You'll notice 3 of the British riders have the European champions jerseys and 1 does not. That's because the 3 who have them were on that team that won. It's fun how cycling works that way. This time we do get away cleanly. Everybody forming up smoothly. And that is leading the Brits around. That's Megan Barker, the one rider not in a European champions jersey. And it's the 2 gold medalists on point and at the rear for Germany. Getting some early time checks, and it's the Germans out to an early advantage, ticking down just inside 0.3 of a second, expecting this one to be close start to finish. Now inside 0.2 as we've only covered 500 meters. Back out to 3. Still 4 riders together, still taking a nice long pull on the front. That's Franziska Brause finally turning off for Germany. Inside 0.1 of a second. Oh my, still so close, still the breath's distance Still 1/10 of a second, nothing separating these two teams. It's Reisner leading Germany around. Another nice switch at the front. It's Archibald leading Great Britain around. That's Zusamlich now leading Germany. And it's out to a second with Great Britain starting to pull away. As we approach the halfway mark, still a long, long way to go. Anything can happen here. But once you start to see Great Britain going into the distance, it's obviously that much tougher for Germany to start pulling it back to 1.5 seconds. And it's up to 1.7. Reminder, they take the time from the third place finisher. So some teams have riders go for long pulls, give everything they have, and then pull off. Other teams see the strength in keeping all four riders together. It's all a very strategy-filled race. Over 2.2 seconds now. Britain pulling away. 7 laps remaining, up to 2.5 seconds. And there you go, you see the first British rider pulling off. And they are down to 3. It was Jessica Roberts, the 24-year-old, pulling off, and it's just Josie Knight, Megan Barker, and Katie Archibald now. Germany still has all 4 riders together. They're at 2.5 seconds. Slight bit of separation there in Great Britain. Germany still compact. We'll see if that changes much. It's down to 2.3. Now just little bits of time being taken out. Is it too little, too late for Germany? They have to start taking bigger chunks now inside 1 kilometer. Now it's back up to 2.3. Britain back together, eyeing gold here in Milton. Germany down to 3 riders as Mika Kruger is off. 3 laps now, 2.2 seconds. Both teams now locked together, and now that's 0.3 down, about 1.9. And once again, it is Archibald in front as they come up for the bell. A little bit of separation now in Great Britain. It's down to 1.6. Smart move to keep the trio together, try to keep all 3 together by the Brits, but it is struggling a little bit now. Germany coming in, Britain trying to get close, and in the end, Great Britain takes it by just under a second. So they do just enough to hang on. And Katie Archibald, Megan Barker, Josie Knight, and Jessica Roberts take gold for Great Britain. Alina Reisner, Franziska Brausa, Mika Kruger, and Laura Zusamlich take silver for Germany. Canada takes the bronze medal. Here's the time for you. Great Britain 4:12.5. Germany 4:13.5. So just about a second's difference between the two. Great Britain's time not far from Germany's time in round 1. We'll take a look at some of the highlights here. There are the results. Britain, Germany, Canada, Great Britain, Germany, Canada, United States. And from round 1 this morning, Italy, Australia, Ireland, and a Canadian B side. And then the other teams raced yesterday in qualifying but didn't reach the final 8. Now we're going to change things up after 4 kilometers, 16 laps. It's going to be 3 laps and everyone just giving all out. Women's team sprint. 3 riders, never seen this before. And each lap, 1 rider pulls off until 1 rider is finished, and then that rider just takes it to the line. are the heats. Up in heat one, Canada taking on China. In qualifying, Canada with the 4th fastest time, China with the 5th fastest time. And Canada bringing some heavy hitters here. They've got Sarah Orban, Kelsey Mitchell, and Lauriane Genet. And China has Bingbing Fan, Yulu Jiang, and Mengqi Tong. There's a look at the Canadians. Mitchell we'll get into in just a moment. Of course, Mitchell, the sprint Olympic champion, Genet, the Kieran bronze medalist from Tokyo. So there's a lot of horsepower on the Canadian side. And we'll see what the first time check is like. Nothing really separating these two teams as the back two riders bike into that slipstream and the first rider pulls off, and now it's Mitchell taking pole position for Canada. Yulu Jiang for China. They will come up to the bell, less than a 1/10 of a second between these two. Canada trailing by 0.08 of a second as they're down to one rider. It is Mengqi Tong taking on Lauriane Genet, 0.02 of a second. This one's gonna come right down to the line. Who takes it? It's dead even. Who are we calling this? And it looks like it might have been a timing mishap. I'm not sure, but they have Canadians as winning this. There it is, 47.477. China, 47.649. And so how it works, the fastest two winning times advance to the gold medal race. Later on tonight, the other two winning times race for bronze. So with just over a 1/10 of a second, Canada takes that one, and they will race for a medal. They know that much tonight, just a matter of what color they're aiming for. Very little separating those two teams for the entire race. Canada with one medal tonight. Look to add to that later on. Now we get to see some of the British sprinters. Great Britain taking on Belgium. And the Brits, Blaine Ridge-Davis, Katie Marchant, and Millicent, or Millie Tanner. Marchant, 30 years old, Tanner, 24, Ridge-Davis, 23, and Nikki de Grendele, Valerie Genard, and Elke van Hoof for Belgium. Now they did in qualifying. Belgium in 6th, and Great Britain in 3rd. About a 1.5 seconds between them, and we are away cleanly, no delays this time. And it's Tanner leading things out for Britain. And Van Hoof taking the first lap in front for Belgium. There already is some separation for the Belgians. They are closing back up in the first exchange now. A quick shout encouraging her teammate from the British side, and it's Katie Marchant, sprint bronze medalist from the Rio Olympics, now pulling Ridge-Davis along. There is the bell, 1 lap to go. And it's Blaine Ridge-Davis for Great Britain, 1.5 seconds up on Belgium. Nikki de Grendele with plenty of work to do, trying to bring it to the line. And it is still 1.8 seconds as we come up on the final lap. And it's going to be Great Britain, 47.523. 1.8 seconds just about over Belgium. And that time, 47.523, is just about 0.5 seconds better than Canada's. So currently, the two winners, Canada and Great Britain. Great Britain was 3rd in this event in Jakarta, 4th in Cairo. Belgium didn't enter in Jakarta and finished 10th in Cairo, so certainly a step forward for them. Now coming up on the track, third heat, we'll see Mexico taking on Malaysia. Mexico with a very experienced side. Jessica Salazar, 27 years old. Luz Daniela Gaxiola is 30. And Yuli Verdugo, 25. That's going up against Malaysia with two 19-year-olds. Those are Nurul Aliana Siafika Azizan and Nurul Izzati Mod Asri. And the 25-year-old experienced rider, Anis Amira Rosidi. Here's a look at the Mexican squad. All the way cleanly. And it's Salazar leading out Mexico. Earlier today, Mexico's second fastest qualifying time, a good 3 seconds faster than Malaysia. Malaysia, the host of the 1998 Commonwealth Games. The track that used for that event is no longer there. However, they are building a new one, I believe. And early on, Mexico up by 2 seconds. That's a pretty long time in sprint track cycling. Down to one rider. It is Verdugo for Mexico, Rosidi for Malaysia. It is just over 2.5 seconds, and Verdugo is going to take this one to the line. Mexico takes it 47.106. And we'll see how that matches up, and that is currently the fastest winning time. Looks like it might bump Canada down to, pardon me, Canada 47.477. I'll let them calculate it all, but it looks like currently Mexico and Canada are the two fastest winning times by, we'll deal with that later. But for now, there still is one more heat to go. And it just looks like it's one team. It's Poland. There were just 7 teams entered, so it's Poland who set up the fastest time, put up the fastest time rather, in qualifying this morning. They have the honor of going last here. They know what they have to beat to reach the gold medal race here in round 1. Don't think a lack of enough position will affect them in any way, since you never see them on the track anyway. There is a look at that team. 26-year-old Marlena Carvaca, Ursula Woss, and Nikola Sibiak. Carvaca 26, Woss 29, and Sibiak, the youngster on the team, 22 years old. As we count down, just coming up to about 10 seconds, and the finals will be raced later on in the program. That one is clean away from the looks of things. It's Carvaca leading things out from Swavno on the north coast. And Ursula Woss from Prushkov coming through. The benefit of being, of course, the fastest team in an odd-numbered field is you're automatically a winner, so you know you're racing for a medal. And we come down to the bell, and it's Nikola Sibiak here to finish things off. Sibiak round the final turn, the last sprint for home, and it's going to be putting up a time 47.615. So that means The final later on tonight, my not so much math, but reading ability is correct. Mexico and Canada in a race for gold later on tonight. I'll wait confirmation before we actually sort of take my word for it. And there it is up on the board here in Milton. Canada, Mexico for gold, Great Britain and Poland for bronze. So Canada already with a bronze medal tonight. They'll add one of a different color. Great Britain already has a gold medal, and they'll look to add a bronze.
Next up is the men's team pursuit.
Germany and France, it should be noted, didn't enter teams in the women's sprint here. And they were medal winners high up in the Jakarta and Cairo events. But the teams, as part of the formula for calculating Olympic qualifying for 2024, the Nations Cup portion is they take the team's 2 best results from a year. So if a team already has a gold and a silver medal, you'll notice a lot of Dutch cycle sprinters aren't here later on in the event. That's because a guy like Harry Lavrijsen won 2 events, and so he's sort of put up max points, and sort of it's all a matter of weighing things out on what kind of teams you send to an event. So switching to men's team pursuit now. For bronze, Australia, France, Connor Leahy, Joshua Duffy, Kelland O'Brien, and Blake Agnolotto. Going up against France. We'll get to them in just a moment. France has Thomas Bouda, Donovan Grandin, Benjamin Thomas, and Valentin Tabellion. And very little between these two in the early going. Grandin from Réunion, small island between Mauritius and Madagascar, the French territory. Now riding for Arkea Samsic on the road. Benjamin Thomas also on the World Tour with Cofidis. Just about 0.2 of a second in front here in the early going. Pretty young Aussie side. 21-year-old Bledin, 24-year-old O'Brien, 20-year-old Agnolotto, and 24-year-old Leahy. Now it's inside 0.1 of a second. Barely anything separating these teams. France 5th in Jakarta, a silver in Cairo. Australia 4th in Jakarta and did not ride in Cairo. Bronze in the team pursuit. That's Australia at the Tokyo Olympics. Look at that, 0.007 of a second between the two. With 11 laps to go. Very evenly matched. All 4 riders together on both teams. Nice and compact. Really do notice that draft when you're sitting in the back of a pack like that, pushing speeds almost 64 kilometers an hour. Now 0.2. Australia moves in front as we approach the halfway mark. Pushing it out just a little bit more. Now it's out to 0.6 of a second as we reach the halfway mark. Australia had the fastest time in qualifying. France had the 5th fastest time. But they had a good round 1 to get them into this bronze medal race. Now Australia down 1 rider. That is France now keeping 4 together, but it's down to 0.6 of a second. It's not a huge margin, mind you. 0.7 that though, but the longer you see it creeping away, France has to start pulling it back at some point. We'll see how their strategy happens. There they do start to pull it back just a little bit. And a little bit more. Now you're starting to sweat. Australia down to 4 laps, and it's down to just over 0.3 of a second. Australia with that rider down. We'll see what their strategy is. Keep closing in France. There is a little bit of separation at the front. That's Benjamin Thomas a little bit in front of his teammates, but it's 0.2. And we close in inside 0.2. Just little nibbles of time coming off. France now down to 3 riders. And it was Donovan Grandin pulling off. And they are riding their way into it, but is it just too little, too late? We're going to be coming up to the bell shortly. There it is. Less than 0.1 of a second now. France with the momentum now, closing in on the finish. Last time check, and it is France in front by 0.1 of a second, coming into formation to get to the line as quickly as possible. And it's France taking the bronze medal, 0.4 of a second ahead of Australia. Absolutely perfection, that timing from France. They didn't let Australia get too far out of sight, so to speak. And then they turned on the speed late to pull it out. For so long, Australia in front at the 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. There's always Australia in front, but virtually nothing in the average speed difference. France averaging 62.507 kilometers an hour. Australia 62.393. Elite cycling on the track at its very best. Denmark won the first 2 events of the Nations Cup. They are not here. I mentioned you get maximum points and you can tailor your program appropriately. I'm sure we'll see them again at the end of the summer in Glasgow for the World Championships. And Great Britain going up against Italy. Defending world champions against the defending European champions. And it's even, 50-50. 2 members of that Italian team from the European Championship team, and 2 members who won the World Championships for Great Britain. Our way, Britain, Oliver Wood, Daniel Bigham, Josh Charlton, and Michael Gill. And Italy, Francesco Lamon, Davide Boscaro, Manlio Moro, and Mattia Pinazzi. At the front for Great Britain right now, it is Oliver Wood, man from Wakefield, England, from Yorkshire. And leading the Italians around, Davide Boscaro. He is from Padua. Already now, it's Italy though, 7/10, nearly 8/10 of a second out after just a few laps, and there's still a long time to go, but that's a big time gap early on, now 9/10 of a second.
So we see the Brits there with the rainbow stripes on their
Italy winning the European Championships in Grenken, Switzerland earlier on this year. Brits being led by Bigham now from Newcastle under Lyme. That's not Newcastle upon Tyne. Newcastle under Lyme is near Stoke, so a little bit further south. Now Italy continuing to just pull it out, 1.7 seconds in front. And inching it back a little bit. I do say there still is a long way to go, but you have to start pulling back the time gaps at some point. And Italy edging it back out just a little bit. That's Manlio Moro in his European Champions kit just pulling off right now. And Michael Gill, 24-year-old, the former acrobatic gymnast, leading the way for the UK, or Great Britain, pardon me. Let's see what the time check is now. And it is closing it back halfway through the race. 1.3, you could say that's manageable, but you can't really afford to let it go out much further. Down to 1.1. Let's see how the Brits have timed this one. Wood taking a long pull on the front for Great Britain. And it's Davide Boscaro leading the way for Italy again. And it is now just over a second after 2,500 meters. Back out to 1.2. Has Italy stopped the bleeding? And they inch it out a little bit further, looking a little bit more comfortable now, with 5 or so laps to go. And Great Britain dropping their first rider. That's Josh Charlton, the 20-year-old. And Italy also sheds one rider. Great Britain that came a little bit apart, but now it's Italy pouring things on. More than 2.3 seconds ahead. And they just add to that lead as we come down to the final few laps. Still very compact, a little bit of separation in Great Britain. And they are going to come up and hear the bell very shortly. And there it is, Francesco Lamon. And it is the Brits well out in front. Pardon me, I had that wrong the whole time. And Great Britain takes it. Italy 1.5 seconds back. Great Britain, a sweep of the team pursuit here in Milton. There you have it. Great Britain, gold in the women, gold in the men. Italy silver. France takes the bronze. Switching things back to the speed events now, the sprint events. It's going to be men's team sprint. There are the final results of men's team pursuit. Let's get that one correctly. Great Britain wins gold, Italy wins silver, France the bronze now, as I said. Back to the team sprint. In the first round, Heat 1, Canada, Poland. Heat 2, Great Britain, Germany, Czechia, and China in Heat number 3. And then Australia and Spain in Heat number 4. There are the Canadians, James Hedgecock, Nick Wamas, Tyler Rourke. All from Southern Ontario here, all really benefactors of this velodrome here in Milton. And it's a very experienced Polish side. Maciej Bilecki, Mateusz Rudik, and Rafał Sarnecki, guys who have been riding together for years. So it's youth against experience. It's the 20-year-old Tyler Rourke leading things out for Canada. Maciej Bilecki, 35 years old for Poland. We'll get a first time check here coming up. Very little separating them two as well. Rourke and Bilecki, their days are done. It's Wamas and Mateusz Rudik now. And still, it's about 0.3 of a second. Poland in front, and there is the bell. And it's Rafał Sarnecki, the 33-year-old, and James Hedgecock, 21, finishing things off for both the sides. And it looks like now, let's see how it closes down. And it is Canada taking this one by just over 7/10 of a second. 43.483, and this young Canadian side takes the win. 44.222 for Poland. There's the cue next to Canada. So they have qualified, obviously. And now they wait to see what color medal they're going to be racing for. Hedgecock, who finished things off, a former BMX rider. Facial expressions off the line when you're in such a big gear. Agony the first few pedal strokes, but once you get up to top speed, you're glad you have such a big gear going. Hedgecock finishing things off. Canadians were best result. They only raced in Jakarta and it was a 9th. Now it's Great Britain taking on Germany. Great Britain 3rd in Jakarta, 5th in Cairo. Germany 10th at the first stop, 7th in the second. Great Britain, Ed Lowe, Hayden Norris, and Harry Lettingham Horn. Also a young team, Norris just 20 years old, Lettingham Horn 19. And Germany, Mark Jurczyk, Maximilian Dornbach, and Luca Spiegel. Spiegel just 18 years old. His birthday's actually on Sunday. Clean away, it's Lowe leading off the UK. Hand up though, indicating there is something wrong with his bike, and we'll get a restart on that one. Put the hand up quickly. Went up just thought they were away cleanly, but Horn, before they ever made the turn, put his hand up to indicate there was something wrong with the bike. They'll get that looked at. We'll get restarted in just a few moments.
So the runners get their bikes checked out. Make sure those are dialed in, and then they'll have a chance at the restart. We haven't talked about the Tissot starting gate in the standing start events out there today. You'll see
the issue.
red and white Tissot gates.
Had a few choice words for his bike.
Those are tied to the countdown timing system, and a pneumatic pump will hold the rear wheel of the first rider in line. That won't release until the clock hits 0, so it's impossible for the bottom rider to false start. But the riders above them can false start. They have the potential to go off early. If that happens, the race will also be neutralized, and they will reset the same procedure as mechanical.
Speaking of bikes, you know, we talked about the difference, about the Team Pursuit bikes, how it's aero, it's built for speed, but these sprinting bikes are a whole different beast altogether. So no aero bars, it's about all-out power, and the chainring they are pushing, so that's the sprocket on the front there with all of the teeth. It is bigger than your supper plate.
Looks like Lowe might be ready to go. Actually, no, he's not. It's another British rider who's ready to go. His bike may need a little bit more work. So we'll keep you posted, hopefully not too long, to wait things off until we get to see some real power going.
So big gears equals big watts.
There's a look at one of the German riders sitting on the track. So it might be a few minutes, hopefully not too long. But on this side, the near side, Ed Lowe sitting in a chair, arms folded, so he's still awaiting the return of his bike.
Dignitaries and VIPs down there hanging out. We have a bunch of Olympic athletes down there as well, and our VIPs, including Olympic champion, silver medal, Pan Am, and all of that. Kurt Arnett. Hey, Kurt, wave to the crowd if you can. I see you down there. You're too busy talking. You're talking
There we go, getting formed up once again.
All right, so it looks like they are resetting, getting ready to go once the flags are locked in.
Lowe's bike is into the starting gate. His teammates forming up behind him. I mentioned the youth on this British side. Hayden Norris just 20. Harry Lettingham Horn 19. Germans Luca Spiegel, as I mentioned, birthday on Sunday. He turns 19. There's Maximilian Dornbach and Mark Jurczyk. Now the countdown's on inside 30 seconds to go. Earlier today, Great Britain, third fastest time. Germany had the sixth fastest time, but very compressed. About a half a second difference between the two. This time all appears to be well. No hands went up. The clean start for the two. Coming around to see the first time check, Germany with a slight, I mean very slight, 0.07 of a second advantage. Now pulling it out just a little bit as the first riders peel off. Closing things back, Great Britain, as they come up to get the bell. We'll see where we are. Still just about 0.2 of a second. It's all down to Jurczyk and Lettingham Horn now. Final time check, and it's now Great Britain in front by just under 0.1 of a second. Going to be a close one at the line. It's going to be Great Britain taking this in the end by 0.4 of a second. In the time, 43.448. That betters Canada's time by just under 4/100ths of a second, pardon me. Blink and you'll miss it, like any of the sprinting sports. It's Great Britain now. We'll wait to see what happens in the final two heats, involving China and Czechia. China finishing fourth in Cairo, and the Czechs were 12th.
So next up, let's welcome heat number 3 onto the track. On the home stretch, the team from China, Shuai Guo, Yu Zhao, and Qi Lu. And on the backstretch, the team from Czechia, Martin Bohoslavich, Dominic
Round 3, or heat number 3, pardon me. Looks like we're all getting into formation. Down to 40 seconds. China made up of Qi Lu, Yu Zhao, and Shuai Guo. And the Czech Republic, or Czechia, pardon me, Martin Czechman, Dominik Topinka, and Matej Bohuslavik.
Down to 15 seconds to start.
No mechanicals off the line, it appears, and we are away cleanly. We'll come up to the first time split here. And it's very close, as you would imagine, just under 5/100ths of a second as the first transition is made, and it's now just under 3/100ths of a second. And there is the bell lap, one rider to go, and now it's just over 0.3 of a second as China starts to pull away. Shen Qi Yu to finish things off, and it's Martin Czechman for Czechia. It will be China taking this one. The time, 43.226. And that will knock down Canada into the bronze medal race. Currently, China and the Brits with the top two times. But walking up onto the track. Some rainbow jerseys. That would be Australia. All three rainbow jersey wearers. That means last year in Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines in France, Lee Hoffman, Matthew Richardson, and Matthew Glazer, pardon me. Going up against Spain, Jose Moreno, Alejandro Martinez, again Jimenez. Australia, the fastest time in qualifying. Spain, the 8th fastest time. So obviously an odds-on favorite when you see 3 rainbow jerseys there lined up on the starting line. Anytime, if you're relatively new to the sport, if you want to say who could be a really good, solid favorite to win something, just look for the rainbow jersey. There are 3 on Australia. Hoffman, 22. From Whyalla, South Australia. Richardson, 24. Originally born in the UK, but moved to Warwick when he was 9. And Matthew Glazer from Adelaide. Jose Moreno, 29. Alejandro Martinez, 24. And Ekain Jimenez, 21. As we count down from 30 seconds. 2 seconds the difference between these 2 teams in qualifying this morning.
15 seconds.
Was some sort of issue there, and we will bring this one back to start again. Always have to wait a few pedal strokes to see if we're away cleanly, and not quite that time. We'll reform up for the final heat. Round 1, men's team sprint. After this, there will be the medal presentations for the team pursuit. And we'll jump right back into the medal races for the team sprints and also the elimination races.
Interesting to note the way that the riders have to slow down as they're going. A lot of times you'll see the coaches or directors actually catching the riders to slow them down because they have such a big gear on these team sprint bikes. It's often difficult for them to slow down when they're pushing such a big gear. Remember, no brakes.
Next international event comes up in August, and that of course is the Super Worlds in Glasgow, where just about everything related to bikes will be competing for the rainbow bands, everything except cyclocross. So the roadies will be there, the mountain bikers will be there, the track athletes will be there. Glasgow will be the city of bikes in August. First one of these super events, which I believe are going to happen every 4 years.
2:26. Canada will face Great Britain in the final. If the winning time of this round is not faster than 43.226, then Canada will face the winner of Heat 4.
Lining them back up onto the track. Spain is all ready to go. Australia taking their time just a little bit.
Riders back to the start line now for the restart of heat number 4. Australia with Hoffman.
There we go. The countdown is on inside 45 seconds. See if this one gets away cleanly. One final place in our finals later on tonight. On the line, Australia. You would have to say the favorites. And all you have to do is look at what they're wearing. Rainbow bands, rainbow stripes. means pretty good.
15 seconds to start.
This time we are all the way cleanly. It's Hoffman leading Australia out. Jose Moreno, the 29-year-old, leading out Spain. At the first time check already, Australia, a huge lead by sprint standards, almost half a second, and now it's over 0.6 of a second. Australia compact, there's a gap between the Spanish riders, and now it's closing in on 0.9 of a second. Australia just so smooth, so effortless. And it's Glaetzer who's going to be finishing things off. They just have over a second advantage. Jimenez trying to close the gap, but it's now almost 1.7 seconds. Oh, so very comfortable for Australia taking this one. 2.2 seconds the margin, and they will race for, let's confirm that they will race for gold with the fastest time, 42.389. There's the Q next to their name. As always, we'll wait to see the official word. China and Australia for gold. Canada, Great Britain for bronze later on tonight.
All right, so wrapping up our men's team sprint first round, we'll have our men's team sprint finals a little bit later. But right now, we're getting ready for our first awards ceremony of the night on the
A little break from the action now. We're going to send things down for some medal presentations. So we'll get to that in just a few minutes.
underway. Now down to the line for Australia. Your winners here will advance to the
The medal ceremony for the Tissot UCI Track Nations Cup Milton Women's Team Pursuit. La cérémonie de remise des médailles de la Coupe des Nations piste Tissot UCI de Milton, poursuite par équipe femmes. The medals and gifts will be presented by Mayor of Milton, Gordon Krantz. Les médailles et cadeaux seront présentés par le maire de Milton, Gordon Krantz. Winners of the bronze medal, médaille de bronze, le Canada! Canada! Sarah Van Dam, Maggie Coles-Lister, Aaron Atwell, and Ariane Bonhomme. Winners of the silver medal. Médaille d'argent, l'Allemagne, Germany. Lena Charlotte Reisner, Franziska Brause, Mika Kroger, and Laura Susmilk. Tissot UCI Track Nations Cup Women's Team Pursuit Gold Medalist. Les médailles de poursuite par équipe femmes de la Coupe des Nations Piste Tissot UCI, la Grande-Bretagne, Great Britain. Katie Archibald, Nia Evans, Megan Barker, and Josie Knight.
They're the team pursuit medalists, Great Britain, getting the gold medal and a gift of coffee. Always a fan of practical gifts, something you can take home and use. And they add to their very extensive list of palmares. Fifth in Cairo.
Please acknowledge all of our medalists. Les médaillés.
Great Britain eighth in Cairo, stepping onto the top podium today, and there's your podium. Great Britain, Germany, and Canada. Pose for photos, and we'll move on to the next podium, the men's team pursuit. Canadians getting a few snaps with their medals there. And now Sue Marcus down on the floor will get an interview with the champions from Great Britain.
We're here with the winners of the women's team pursuit from Great Britain. And Katie, how are you feeling about this squad here as you head into Paris?
Yeah, you can't feel happier than this with a win, so trick's not to get complacent, but tonight we can just feel happy.
And how are you guys feeling overall? What did you really like about that race tonight?
I really liked that we won. That was nice. Yeah, we tried a few different things at this race and it paid off, so we're really happy.
Excellent. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much. I really liked that we won. Could not have said it better myself. It's always a good assessment of a race. Up next,
Medal ceremony for the Tissot UCI Track Nations Cup Milton men's team pursuit. La cérémonie de remise des médailles de la Coupe des Nations.
now bringing up the men's team pursuit victory ceremony. France for bronze. Italy for silver, and Great Britain gold in both the men's and women's disciplines.
The medals and gifts will be presented by the Mayor of Milton, Gord Krantz. Les médailles et cadeaux seront présentés par le maire de Milton, Gord Krantz. Winners of the bronze medal. Médaille de bronze, la France, France. Donovan Grondin, Benjamin Thomas, Thomas Bouda, and Valentin Tabellon.
Donovan Grondin, Benjamin Thomas, Thomas Bouda, and Valentin Tabellon. Grondin still just 22 from Saint-Pierre in Réunion, as I mentioned earlier, the small island. Thomas, 21 years of age from Lavar. It's close to
Winners of the
Toulouse.
silver medal. Médaille d'argent, l'Italie, Italy.
The Italian team. Francesco Lamon, Davide Boscaro, Manilo Moro, and Mattia
Francesco
Pinazzi.
Lamon, Michele Scartezzini, Davide Boscaro e Mattia Pinazzi.
My apologies, it was Michele Scartezzini. Manlio Moro, Davide Boscaro, and Francesco Lamon.
Winners of Tissot UCI Track Nations Cup Men's Team Pursuit Gold Medalists. Les médailles d'or poursuites par équipe hommes de la Coupe des Nations Piste UCI Tissot. Great Britain, la Grande-Bretagne. Oliver Wood, Daniel Bingham, Josh Charlton, and Michael Gill.
World champions looking to defend their title later on this year in Great Britain, in Scotland, in Glasgow. As if they didn't need any more motivation, especially rolling into an Olympic year.
Thanks very much.
And their gift. Knowing cyclists, they might dive into that coffee as soon as they get out of
Please
here.
acknowledge all of our medalists. Vos médailles.
Here's your podium. Great Britain, Italy, France. A very European affair here in Milton. And then, of course, there was Australia, the first non-European team, just off the podium in 4th place. Once again, another British champion in team pursuit, men's and women's. They pulled the sweep. And now they'll have a word with our Sue Marcus down on the floor.
All right, boys, your gold medal here at the Nations Cup in Milton. How is it feeling? You guys are a relatively younger squad, regrouping. How is this feeling here for you guys tonight?
I think collectively it's been a really successful Nations Cup so far. We had a few ups and downs this week coming in, and yeah, had some new younger blood join the squad in Josh and Michael being their first Nations Cup. So really impressed to see the level they've stepped up to, and yeah, to come home with the gold.
Yeah, and how do you guys feel about building here leading into Paris?
Pretty confident. I think we've got a depth of talent within the squad. I mean, there's only me and Dan from the World Champs last year, and like I say, this was Mike and Josh's first World Cup, and they've stepped up, so I think we should all be pretty happy going towards Paris.
You look pretty happy to me, so congratulations, fellas, and have a great Nations Cup.
Thank you.
Yeah, but of course, very confident world champions heading into another world championship right before an Olympic year. So if you're looking for momentum, I think you found it in a program in Great Britain. Great Britain and track cycling have gone hand in hand in the last several Olympic Games. Now we switch back to the team sprint. First for bronze, Great Britain and Poland. Great Britain looking for a third medal of the evening here in Milton. Now, unlike the qualifier yesterday, or this morning, pardon me, and the first round earlier on in the program, this one is head-to-head. So you'll excuse them if they take maybe a little bit of a look on the other side of the track. Great Britain, Millie Tanner, Katie Marchant, Blaine Ridge-Davis. And Poland, Nikola Sibiak, Ursula Wosch, and Marlena Karwaka. Inside 15 seconds to go. And we are away cleanly. Britain looking for their second bronze medal in 3 events in the Nations Cup. Poland looking to climb onto the podium for the first time split. 6/100ths of a second the gap. Great Britain with a slight advantage as they peel off the first rider. Still very close. It's Wash and Marchant going head to head. Now Poland in front by the slightest of margins, just under 8/100ths of a second. And it's down to the final riders. This one's going to come down to the wire, or so I say. Poland now eking out a bit of an advantage. It's one heck of a finish for Nikola Sibiak. Poland takes bronze by just over half a second. Great Britain finishes with another 4th place, back-to-back 4th place in Cairo and in Milton. 47.569 the time, 48.095 for Great Britain. Next race is for gold, an all-North American battle. Mexico taking on the home crowd. Canada, of course, looking for maximum points on home soil. Here's a look at the Canadians. Orban, Mitchell, Genet spending plenty of time training together. Lots written about the friendship and the bond between Kelsey Mitchell and Lauriane Genet. Mexican side very, very experienced as well. Jessica Salazar is going to lead things off. Had a 500-meter world record set in 2016. She's out of Guadalajara. Gaixiola out of Culiacan in Sinaloa. Verdugo out of La Paz in Baja California. The all-North American battle for gold is underway. Orban leading out Canada. Salazar leading out Mexico. First split has Canada slightly behind. Just 3/100ths of a second the difference. Mexico pulling out just by the slightest of margins. But here comes Kelsey Mitchell, the Olympic sprint champion, pulling out. The Canadian train now up to 2 seconds advantage. And there is the bell, eking out slight advantage even more, just under 3/10ths of a second. It's looking like Mexico, who is odds on for gold here, now closing in on 4/10ths of a second. They come to the line. Mexico takes gold. Canada, 4/10ths of a second down, takes the silver medal. There is a track in Aguas Calientes, Mexico. It's the community there is going to be celebrating that. There's the margin, 4/10ths of a second. Mexico gold, Canada silver, and Poland will take the bronze. Every single leg inching things out. That was about a 4/10ths of a second victory. take a break from team sprint. The men's medal race is coming up in just a little bit, but first, we return to the distance and the elimination race. This will take some setting up. There's a look at the final results. Mexico, Canada, Poland, top 3. Great Britain, China, Belgium, and Malaysia. 7 teams competing here. Riders are making their way onto the track. There will be some familiar names we've already seen tonight in the elimination. Jennifer Valente for the US, Sarah Van Dam for Canada. Your start list. And we'll quickly run through, if you are new to this, what is the elimination race? It's a mass start event, and it's simple. Don't finish last. Every 2 laps, the bell will ring, and every 2 laps, after that bell lap, the person who's last over the line will be eliminated. Takes some forming up to do, so it takes a few minutes for riders to slot into position. Looks like everybody is in place. Defending world champion is Lotte Kopecky out of Belgium. She is here in Milton. She's just not in the elimination race. Jennifer Valente, bronze medal from the last World Championships, is here. She's sitting right there on the front. USA, blue and white and red stripes. Rider down. So, remember, they're clipped in, and so any sort of false move, and you're quickly finding yourself looking up at the lights. That was Beta Bachikova from Slovakia. She's back up. All's fine though. She's got to get clipped back in. Right behind Valente is Sarah Van Dam of Canada, who we saw in the team pursuit moments ago. Commissaires checking things out, making sure everybody is okay and in the right spot. There's the lineup of where people are supposed to be. In front of him. Actually, it looks like there's a rider missing a bike completely. So there's another few seconds. That's Patricia Lokowska from Poland. We are ready to go. There will be a form-up lap. It's not going to be a bell right away. So the riders are going to get into position. And once we're sure that, once the commissaires are in approval of how the race looks. There we go. That is the gun. Now the race is on. And the next time they come back around, they will hear the bell for the first time, and that indicates the first elimination is at hand. There is the bell. It's Italy's Rachele Barbieri sitting at the front. Rider from Japan, Mizuki Ikeda. Playing a dangerous game there, trying to close up. There's not a lot of room to make up the difference, and it looks like it could be Ikeda, the first eliminated. We'll wait for the official word. There she is. And that means
number 300 has been eliminated.
There's the official confirmation. And before you have time to draw breath and miss her too much, there's another bell once again. Of course, the next rider over the line will be eliminated. There's some space on the outside. It's always a little more appealing to go to the inside, less room to travel, but you could get boxed in, and it looks like it's going to be close. Wait for official confirmation. And it is Olivia Balasaita from Lithuania. Another bell coming up right now. It's Anita Stenberg sitting comfortably on the front. Shari Bossut of Belgium there. Now there's a little move off the front from Alina Metro of Switzerland. And looks like the rider from Uzbekistan, Nafosat Kozieva, is the latest to go, so she'll finish in 22nd place. And before you know it, here we go again. Setting pulses racing in the field, that bell every time. If we say a rider's name little to anything at all, probably means they're doing a good job, but near the back, it looks like it could be the rider from Czechia who's the next to go. We'll wait official confirmation. There it is Kristina Burlova of Czechia who's the next to go. She tried to sneak up into the pack, tried to fool us, but she is the next one eliminated. Hanging near the back, Leila Gschwetner of Austria and Emily Kay of Ireland playing a dangerous game. Kay is moving forward now, getting out of trouble, and it looks like it's going to be Gschwetner, potentially, unless she makes up. Yes, she does, and right as I say, on the inside, Argyro Milaki of Greece. The danger of being on the inside is that if you're caught up behind an acceleration, you get boxed in. So if there's room on the outside, it's the way you're going to take. And there is another bell. And it's Valente now drifting near the back, playing a little bit of a dangerous game. Rider from China, Yuan Cao, also there. We'll see what the call is at the line. It's going to be close.
Number 267 has been eliminated.
And it's Nia Evans from Great Britain. That's a bit of a surprise. Bronze in the elimination in the 2021 European Championships. So Nia Evans finishing in 19th.
Number 296 has been eliminated. Australia, 296.
It's Alyssa Politis from Australia. Next to go. Drifting near the back, Anita Stenberg. European points race champion. She's now moving forward, though. Hanging there near the back, it's Yuan Cao from China. She moves forward just enough, and
Number 291,
there it
Slovakia
is.
has been eliminated. 291, Slovakia.
291, Elzbieta Bachkova. Stenberg hanging near the back again. And it's Leila Schwetner still once again playing a dangerous game. She's been hanging near the back a few times, staved off elimination once or twice. Now she's moving up once again with Stenberg. Does the luck run out here? We'll check when it comes to the line. It looks like it's going to be Cao from China.
Number
The next to go.
297, China has been eliminated. 297, China eliminated.
So Schwetner staves off elimination yet again. We're coming around to the bell, down to the final 14 riders. Comfortably at the front, Shari Bossot from Belgium. Sitting in front of her, Patricia Lorkowska of Poland. Sarah Van Dam of Canada is there. And let's see who goes this time. And this time, I want to say it, the luck has run out for Leila Schwetner.
253, Austria.
She's playing with fire once too often, and this time it cost her. Now hanging near the back, Anita Stenberg, 30 years old, from Drammen, Norway. And Laura Rodriguez also hanging out near the back, although Rodriguez now finds a little opening in the middle. And it's going to be a bit of a fight for Stenberg to stay in this race. She is going to go around the outside, and does matter to hang on, does happen to hang on.
Number 265,
And in the end,
Spain has been
it is
eliminated.
Laura Rodriguez
265,
eliminated.
Spain.
Now it's Valente hanging around near the back. Fortunately for her, not an elimination lap this time. Just a few minutes ago, Patricia Lorkowska was in front. Now she dangles dangerously near the back. The legs are starting to get sore. Minds are starting to get tired. Positioning might be a bit off, and this time,
Number 286, Team Rakuten K-Dreams eliminated.
it is
286,
Tsuyaka
Team
Uchino
Rakuten
from Team
K-Dreams.
Rakuten K-Dreams, one of the trade teams here. So she'll finish in 13th place as the bell, like clockwork, goes once again. And Stenberg again near the back. And Emily Kay, that bright green jersey from Ireland moments ago near the back, decided I'm going to move forward, stay a little bit safer.
Ireland has
And
been
it's
eliminated.
Rachele Barbieri
273.
from Italy. Will finish in 12th place. Into our final 11 riders. Stenberg there still back. She's in a close battle with Yareli Acevedo of Mexico. Pardon me, so it looks like Emily Kay of Ireland has been eliminated. There has been a decision of some kind, and Rachele Barbieri did get to stay in the race. But this time, Barbieri is eliminated. So she was in for 2 more laps.
Italy.
Now you're down to the final 10. The cat is amongst the pigeons, so to speak. Here's where fatigue really starts to set in, and you really start to hate the sound of that bell. Yareli Acevedo fighting to stay on. Stenberg, I've said her name a lot. She's trying to hold off elimination for at least 2 more laps. She's in a battle with Sarah Van Dam. And it looks like it could be Van Dam who is eliminated.
260, Canada has been eliminated.
The 21-year-old from the west coast of Canada, Victoria, BC. Sarah Van Dam finishes in 10th here. The final 9. Stenberg playing with fire once again. Can she maintain her charmed life? She has a long way to go to get around. That one is close. We'll wait the final word. And it's Lena Metro who is eliminated. So Anita Stenberg playing the game and hasn't been bitten just yet. Into our final 8. It's another sprint lap. New Zealand's Michaela Drummond have barely said her name. She upped the tempo a little bit, moved more towards the front. It looks like Yareli Acevedo just out of gas. She's the next one to go.
Number 301, Mexico has been eliminated. 301, Mexico.
Usually in these sort of races, it comes down to the final 2, and it's of two kind of things. It is a true sprint between 2 riders, or one of the riders has ridden tactically well and is much fresher, and they up the tempo just once. And then the other rider sees the lights go and just cannot respond, and it essentially amounts to a victory lap. We'll see what happens this time. Very close one here.
Number 269, Germany has been eliminated. 269,
it is the German rider, Lea Lynn Teutenberg.
Down to 6 riders here.
Finishes 7th. Her brother Tim Tom Teutenberg is also here in Milton. Another sprint lap coming up, Jennifer Valente. She drifted a little bit near the back, but she's now sitting near the front, and Anita Stenberg hanging on for another 2 laps. I'm starting to think this was her plan all along. Lull them in with a false sense of security, because she's going to survive once again.
Number 302, Poland has been eliminated. 302, Poland.
Lukowska is the latest eliminated. Now a raising of the tempo. Micah Venderdoom, 21 years old from Essen. It's northeast of Amsterdam, sitting near the front. Now it's bunching up a little bit. Now really the race is picking up. The tempo is going a lot faster. That one's a close one, almost 5 abreast across the line.
Number 281.
That is Michaela Drummond, the 25-year-old from Te Wa'amtu, New Zealand. So she will finish 5th. And way up there, Valente leading things up. She has a bit of a gap now. You don't often see attacks in the elimination race, but she has a little bit of an advantage, and I'm sure she'll just enjoy it for as long as possible, because we are bunching up once again. Race of the Low Countries for this next spot.
Number 255, Belgium has been eliminated.
And it is Shari Bossut.
Belgium.
Eliminated. Just pipped there at the line by Micah Vanderdown, and now we're down to the podium. Who will finish where? It's Valente, it's Stenberg, and it's Vanderdown. Who's used up a lot of their energy? You would say it's Anita Stenberg, who's used up a lot of her energy, but she's looking at the freshest of them, and Valente has spent a lot of time at the front, not enjoying the draft. That is Micah Vanderdown. Roger Canyon swam on the road, wore the white jersey in the Tour de France Femme last year. Micah Vanderdown, bronze medal winner, and now there are 2. Valente out of San Diego, Anita Stenberg out of Drammen, Norway. And there's the bell. Who's going to up the tempo? Who's going to risk it? Stenberg has spent a lot of time at the back, but here she is. Now they go. Now it's Valente leading it out. Stenberg trying to round the corner. She's closed the gap a little bit. It's Valente and Stenberg, and it's going to be Stenberg winning this one. Playing possum the entire time. Hanging near the back for a lot of this race. Anita Stenberg fools us all. Gold medal for Anita Stenberg, who trains in Mallorca. 30 years old now, stumbled into cycling at the age of 16. European points race champion earlier this year. Also former European champion from 2022 in the scratch race. Anita Stenberg can add a victory here in Milton in the Nations Cup in the elimination. Valente, 28-year-old, will settle for silver. She was bronze medalist last year at the World Championships in France. And she also won, of course, Valente Omnium Gold in Tokyo. First American to win a gold medal in the track since Marty Nofstein in 2000, pardon me. It's the only U.S. cycling gold from the Tokyo Olympics. And there's a look at our winner, Stenberg. Setting back up for the team sprints. That will end the sprint portion of the competition. We'll have the bronze medal race, Great Britain and Canada coming up here in just moments. And it'll be, there you go, Australia and China for gold. And there's Canada, Hedgecock, Wamas, and Rourke. It's going to be Rourke to lead things off. The young Canadian team against a pretty young British team. Look at the future here. Cleanly away, no problems this time. Ed Lowe leading out Great Britain ahead of Hayden Norris and Harry Lettingham Horn. Canadian trio, Rourke, Wamas, and Hedgecock, and it's Canada down by almost half a second early on. That's a pretty big disadvantage. They've closed the gap a little bit by the time the first rider peels off down to our final two. Inside of 4/10 of a second, Canada inching back a little bit. Here comes the bell. Inside 3/10 of a second is Canada leaving it a bit too late. They're coming to the line, and it's going to be inside 3/10 of a second, round the final turn, Great Britain and Canada, and it's just Great Britain taking it by just over 2/10 of a second. Great Britain third, Canada will settle for fourth place. The young Canadian team will certainly not be terribly disappointed with the fourth place finish at home. Got to race for a medal after a 9th place in Jakarta and then not entering in Cairo. Great Britain matching their best of the season, which was a bronze medal in Jakarta. Celebration certainly pleased with that one. Harry Lettingham Horn, Stoke-on-Trent. Now for gold. Australia against China. Once again, you would have to favor the Aussies here. 3 world champions lining up here. All members from that event last year in Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines, which will host track cycling at next summer's Paris Olympics. Shenxi Cui, Yu Zhao, and Shuai Guo for China. It's Guo and Hoffman leading things out, and it seems like we do have a clean start. Britain already formed up. First time check. It's Australia up by 0.4 of a second. At the first exchange, Australia adding to that lead 0.6 of a second now. Just so smooth. It's just second nature to this team. All they do is know how to win, and Australia coming up to get the bell 0.9 of a second. It's just another overpowering display by the Australians. China trying to do what they can to close things off, but it looks like it's going to be Glazer by nearly a second. Australia, gold again in men's team sprint. Where have you heard that before? Australia gold, China silver. Great Britain takes bronze. To 1-2-5, 43-1-2-2 for China. Australia pulled it out early and never truly looked back, never in doubt this result. This team, the best in the world, as you can see. There's your final classification. Australia, China, Great Britain, Canada, Czechia, Germany, Poland, Spain, Colombia, Mexico. Your top 10. With that result, though, China moves atop the Nations Cup standings in team sprint. Great Britain second, and Australia has won 2 times, but they did not compete in Cairo, so their points put them in third. But Australia, 2 wins in the 2 events they entered. Going to get set up. Eventually we'll get to the men's elimination race. But first, women's team sprint. Got to give out some medals.
the medal ceremony for the Tissot UCI Track Nations Cup Milton Women's Team Sprint. La cérémonie de remise des médailles de la Coupe des Nations piste Tissot UCI de Milton, vitesse par équipe femmes. The medals and gifts will be presented by Town Councillor Adil Kalki. Les médailles et cadeaux seront présentés par Conseiller municipal Adil Kalki. Winners of the bronze medal. Médaille de bronze, la Pologne, Poland. Marlena Carvaca, Ursula Losch, and Nicola Sibiak.
Congratulations to you. Got a coffee for you as well. Yeah. Perfect. Great. Yeah.
Winners of the silver medal. Médaille d'argent, le Canada! Canada! Lauriane Jeunesse, Kelsey Mitchell, and Sarah Orban.
Nice coffee. There you go. Congratulations. Awesome. There you go. Grace.
Tissot UCI Track Nations Cup Milton Women's Team Sprint Gold Medalists. Les médailles d'or vitesse par équipe femme de la Coupe des Nations piste Tissot UCI, la Mexique, Mexico! Luz Daniela Gaijola Gonzalez, Jessica Salazar Valles, and Yuli Verdugo Osuna.
Congratulations. There you go.
Please acknowledge all of our medalists. Vos médaillés!
We're just about to hear from our winners. We'll send it down to the floor. Sue Marcus is going to speak with the winners today from Mexico.
I'm here with the gold medal winning team from Mexico. Jessica, how was that race for you guys, and did it go according to your plan?
Yeah, I think we did it great, and we expected this medal for a long time ago, and we are happy to win the gold medal in this place in almost Latin America, I mean near, and it's great to have you guys here and presented our gold medal.
That's fantastic. And how are you building now? How are you feeling as you head into the Olympics qualifying for Paris?
We're feeling great. I mean, we have to improve in some stuff with the team, but I think we will do better next year and hopefully be in the Olympics.
And how are you guys feeling now heading into the World Championships in Glasgow?
Yeah, I think that will be amazing. It's going to be a great World Championship. I mean, the biggest we will have, and we will prepare for that one.
Felicidades, congratulations, Team Mexico!
There you have it from our winners in the women's team pursuit. That goes along with a 7th and a 6th place in the other 2 stops. So on a high and some momentum heading into the World Championships in August. Such a crowded field on any given day. Any team can win. Today it was Mexico ahead of the Canadians and Poland. As I mentioned, all 3 of these teams, their best finish on the World Tour this year, on the Nations Cup Tour this year. Next up is the men's elimination race. Keep an eye out. New Zealand's Corbin Strong is in this one. Of course, a man who spends a lot of time on the road these days with the Israel Premier Tech team.
So we got a good preview of this with our
22-year-old from Invercargill, New Zealand. There's Gavin Hoover as well, who competes regularly in the elimination. 25-year-old from New York City. Will actually be settling in on one of the front riders on the fence as we get formed up. There's a look at Hoover right there, and can't help but, as a fellow Gavin, feel a small little bit of support for him. There aren't many of us, so always hoping that fellow Gavins do well. Let's look at Mark Stewart from Great Britain.
All right, let's meet our athletes in the lineup, including 2 from Canada. They will start at the
Michele Scartazzini. Elia Viviani is here for Italy, but another one who's not taking to the start in this one. There are 2 Canadians, Dylan Bibic and Matthias Guillemette. Part of that youth movement in this Canadian program. There's Mark Stewart. Mentioned him. Stewart from Dundee up in Scotland, so there's another one who's anxiously looking forward to this summer's World Championships. Martorell. 24 years old from Barcelona. Of course, the home of the 1992 Olympics, Philip Heinen. Bronze medal in the elimination race at the European Championships a few months ago in Grenken, Switzerland. Heinen from Ulfeld, which is close to the border with Germany. Looks like everybody's formed up. checking the lineup. Front row, so to speak. Akil Campbell of Trinidad and Philip Heynen of the Netherlands. Track cycling pretty darn big in Trinidad. For a couple small islands, they have quite a few velodromes down there. Racing is big. Of the first kind of form-up lap, and already moving at a pretty good tempo. The roar of the bikes coming around to get the gun. We are officially underway. Once again, no elimination here. They'll come up to get the bell. There it is, and now the first elimination lap is on. The first sprint lap hanging near the back. Two riders there. That's for Alan Banaszek from Poland and Yang Yang from China. We'll see who gets eliminated first. It might be down near the inside. And it is the Indonesian rider down at the bottom of the track. That's Terry Yudha Kusuma. Before you can catch your breath, we're off once again. Another sprint lap. Hanging near the back, it's Banaszek from Poland once again. He doesn't really have an opportunity, no lane to move into. He might just sit back there, and that is the case. I think Alan Banaszek from Poland is the next to go. We'll wait confirmation. It is close. And in the end, my original call was correct. Another sprint lap. Back on again. It's a very compact group.
Into the next elimination lap here. Let's help Dylan Bivak out a little bit. He might be in trouble. Cheer on your Canadian rider.
And Banaszek isn't sure that he was eliminated, but there is another elimination on right now. Oof, dangerous up near the wall. That was very close. Emmanuel Vutric from Switzerland, the next to go. Compact field. It's the Canadian Dylan Bivak moving off the front. In a dangerous position. It's Valentin Tebellion in France. I think he just does enough to survive. We'll wait the final word. No decision made, so everybody's still alive for one more elimination. No decision was made there, but Yang Yang of China hanging off the back there. He has a lot of work to do to try and stave off another elimination. It's closing things up, but I don't think it's going to be enough. No, it is not. Yang Yang of China is the next to go.
All right, so the eliminations resume after a no decision lap.
To the eliminations, there is another bell near the back. Akil Campbell of Trinidad and Tobago hanging around near the back. Corbin Strong getting a little too close to the back, and he decides, I'm going to try to move things forward here. And in the end, it's good luck figuring that one out.
60, Japan.
And it's the Japanese rider, Shunsuke Imamura of Japan, who's been eliminated. He's still another one who's still continuing. I'm not sure if he's gotten the message relayed to him just yet.
Japan, you have been eliminated. Number 60, Japan.
Oh dear, he did get it, but he almost swerved into the path of the rider from Beat Cycling. The next one to go. No decision once again. Might have been impacted by the swerving that was done near the top of the track, throwing some riders off by elimination rider. We'll move on. Just no decision. Let's continue on. Edwin Sutherland of Barbados hanging around near the back will get the bell this lap. Sutherland still dangling off the back. You've got to not only close the gap, but get around a rider. It's a tough order. And he is able to do it. He gets around on the outside. There's some other riders in danger. And then in the end, after all that, we're waiting final word. And it's Michele Scartazzini of Italy who's now out. So living dangerously, Edwin Sutherland of Barbados. As we've seen, you never know, it might be part of the plan after the women's elimination race.
Canada here is doing a good job of staying out of trouble. They're going to have a real shot at this one tonight.
Down to our final 18 riders. And it is Gavin Hoover eliminated. Can't fault the effort or the name. If anyone has missed it, my name is Gavin Day, so I feel a kinship. Anyway, we move on. Always living life dangerously at the back. This time, luck has run out for Edwin Sutherland. He got kind of boxed in there along the bottom of the track. He'll have to settle for 17th place. Another bell, another elimination. Coming up in just moments. Hanging out near the back, Mark Stewart, the Brit, decides to move forward. Ivan Gabriel Ruiz of Argentina now in a bit of trouble. Corbin Strong also there. There's our rider from Czechia, Denis Rugovac. At the front, Dylan Bibic sitting there of Canada. Looks like it could be on the outside, could also be in the middle, getting boxed in. And it's Tim Waffler of Austria. Another elimination coming up. Ivan Gabriel Ruiz of Argentina still hanging near the back, but still fighting tooth and nail to hang on. He's hanging off the back once again, but he's in a battle with the rider from Kazakhstan. And we'll see, it looked like 3 riders across. And it's Akil Campbell from Trinidad and Tobago, the next to go, finishing 14th. The next one, living life danger, is Ramis Dinmukatamatov, Kazakhstan. He's decided to move forward. And this time it is Ivan Gabriel Ruiz from Argentina who is eliminated.
All right. Here we go.
Another bell, and it's hanging near the back, Valentin Tabellion. We saw him in the team pursuit. Now he's moving forward. Ramis Dinmukhamatov doing just enough. There we go. And is Matthias Guillemette riding for Cheney Windows and Doors, the trade team here, not in the Canadian jersey. I'm not sure he agrees with it. But I know he's going to agree with close photo finishes if you're not able to see it. Maybe just a little disappointed in himself. Anyway, we're moving on. Guillemette 12th, and this time that's Tabellion, whose day is done. We'll finish in 11th place. Now The urgency keeps ramping up bit by bit, and it looks like Ramis Dinmukamatov, Kazakhstan, is just struggling a little bit to hang on, but he is able to move forward. Although how much energy has he used up? Looking for a place to go to finish just ahead of last place. Nope, a shake of the head, and I think he admits that one is there. That is Ramis Dinmukamatov eliminated. Blake Agnolotto, the latest in danger. And Philip Heinen with him, as well as Eiya Hashimoto, a Bridgestone rider. We'll take a look. It's Malta Mashka of Germany, the next to go. Finish in 9th. Final 8 riders, but there are some who are living dangerously. Corbin Strong of New Zealand comfortably at the front right now, but we know how quickly things change. It's Hashimoto of Bridgestone. He is moving around there. Matthias Buchli from Beat Cycling, the Dutch rider though. And it could be. And Philip Heinen is eliminated. He held his hand up to perhaps to protest something, but they're not going to honor his request for another look or a second thought. Just got boxed in along the inside of the track there. Bell coming once again, another sprint lap. Now it's Hashimoto on the front. Corbin Strong in trouble. He is getting out of the saddle a little bit. Here comes Strong. Is it too little, too late? And it's Dylan Bibic stuck along the inside, the next to go. So it's a 7th place for the Canadian. Another sprint lap. And near the back, it's Blake Agnolotto. This time it's Hashimoto. Bridgestone Cycling, Hashimoto, the trade team there, the next to go. Down to 6. Pardon me, 5. Hashimoto finishes in 6th place. Move to the front and you take a little bit of the heat off. If you're not enjoying the draft now. Tempo ramped up. So much energy being wasted right now. We're not even down at the final 2. Not even down to a potential sprint finish yet. And it looks like it's the end of the night for Corbin Strong. So if any of his Israel Premier Tech mates over in Europe are watching, it's the end of his night. Now move down to the bottom. Mark Stewart leading the bell. Hanging off the back, Blake Agnolotto of New Zealand. Getting around Stewart. Has he done enough? Does Stewart have anything left to try to close it up? Is there going to be some late drama? It looks like it's still going to be Stewart from Great Britain. Down to our podium. Blake Agnolotto, Eric Martorell, and Matthias Buchli riding for Beat Cycling, but it's essentially a Britain-Dutch side. And Eric Martorell, just the lights have gone out. The energy reserves are depleted, so he will take the next elimination. We'll go home with a nice bronze medal. Now it's down to 2. That was the elimination once Martorell crosses the line. We'll see how this plays out. Buchli and Agnolotto, both of them have spent some time near the back, spent some energy near the back. We'll see how this one goes. It could be a matter of who has some energy left because it's been such a high, fast-paced race. Now a sprint is on at the bell. Agnolotto with the early advantage. And here comes Buckley closing the back. Buckley perfectly times this one, or so it seems. It's going to be Matthias, raises one arm in the air. Matthias Buckley beats cycling, takes this one. Blake Agnelotto silver. Eric Martorell wins the bronze medal. Buckley, former world champion in the team sprint and in the Kieran, and an Olympic gold medalist in the team sprint as well. And here he is winning a distance event. A look of surprise on the face, like, look what I just did. The 30-year-old from Haarlem takes the win here in Milton. Agnelotto just 20 years old, so lots more to come from him. Another great elimination race to wrap up the evening in Milton. There are your results. Buckley, Agnelotto, Martorell. Your podium, Mark Stewart, Corbin Strong, Aya Hashimoto, Dylan Bibic, and all the way down. A lot of movement in that race. Some riders were in trouble and ended up doing well. So you just never know how this plays out. Sometimes a lot of it is just you're in the wrong place and you have nowhere to go, and you find yourself eliminated.
UCI Tissot Track Nations Cup shirt. Be sure to give them a thank you for their help and support of the event. We appreciate all of our volunteers.
Still to come, we have a couple of medal presentations. Final two events. Men's team pursuit, or men's team sprint, pardon me, and then the race you just saw, the elimination. Just taking a look at the Nation Cup standings. Aya Hashimoto now finishes up on top. He's one of only a few guys who did all three elimination races in the Nation Cup. Let's look at the team sprint winners, the indomitable Australians. As always, you'll have to see the camaraderie in the sport, sharing the stories from the track, getting up on the boards. The silver medalists in the team sprint from China. They're also comparing a few notes from their own adventures here tonight.
try.
UCI Track Nations Cup Milton Men's Team Sprint. La cérémonie de remise des médailles de la Coupe des Nations piste Tissot UCI de Milton vitesse par équipe hommes. The medals and gifts will be presented by Town Councillor Adil Kalki. Les médailles et cadeaux seront présentés par Conseiller municipal Adil Kalki. Winners of the bronze medal, médaille de bronze, Great Britain, la Grande-Bretagne. Harry Lettingham Horn, Ed Lowe, and Hayden Norris.
Coffee for you. Congrats. There you go. Congratulations. Nah. Nah, I don't.
Winners of the silver medal, médaille d'argent, la Chine, China. Shuai Guo, Chenji Zhu, and Ti Liu. I say them in both official languages. La Chine. Tissot UCI Track Nations Cup Men's Team Sprint Gold Medalists. Les médaillés d'or vitesse par équipe hommes de la Coupe des Nations piste UCI Tissot, l'Australie, Australia. Matthew Glaetzer, Lee Hoffman, and Matthew Richardson.
There you go. Congratulations. There you go. No problem. There you go. Congratulations to you. Good work. Thank you. No problem. Likewise. Yeah.
There's your podium.
Please acknowledge all of our medalists. Vos médaillés!
Australia, China, and Great Britain. China, Chen Qishui, Yu Zhao, Shuai Guo, and Qi Liu. They used 4 riders. The Brits with Ed Lowe, Hayden Norris, and Harry Lettingham Norn. And if it's not broken, you don't need to fix it. The Australian trio, Lee Hoffman, Matthew Richardson, and Matthew Glaetzer. Unstoppable today in the men's team sprint.
Yep, sorry.
We are going to throw things down to the floor. We'll hear from the men's winners.
I'm here with the team sprint gold medalists from Australia and the reigning world champions. So guys, how does this feel winning this race as you guys head into Glasgow?
Yeah, it's great. These boys have had a great season racing and winning in Jakarta, and this is my first time this season racing in the World Championship bands, first and only. So yeah, it's good to get the win and had some really strong rides today, so the boys did really well.
Yeah, you guys had some pretty tough qualifiers. What was your strategy as you moved through the qualification rounds?
Yeah, it was just keeping it clean. I mean, it's a tough event. We need to be close to be fast. So, yeah, just being smart with it, knowing that there's 3 rides to do and you need to be very fast in the last one.
Great, thank you very much. Congratulations, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
Next up, we'll see the women's elimination race. See some medals handed out.
The medal ceremony for the Tissot UCI Track Nations Cup Milton Women's Elimination Race. La cérémonie de remise des médailles de la Coupe des Nations piste Tissot UCI de Milton Élimination Femmes. The medals and gifts will be presented by Town Councillor Adil Kalki. Les médailles et cadeaux seront présentés par conseiller municipal Adil Kalki. Winner of the bronze medal representing the Netherlands. Médaille de bronze représentant les Pays-Bas, Meike van der Duyn. Winner of the silver medal representing the United States. Médaille d'argent représentant les États-Unis, Jennifer Valente. Tissot UCI Track Nations Cup Women's Elimination Gold Medalist. La médaille d'or élimination femme de la Coupe des Nations de piste UCI Tissot représentant la Norvège, representing Norway, Anita Stenberg. Please acknowledge all of our medalists. Vos médaillés.
There's your podium. Van der Duyn, Valente, and Stenberg. Stenberg so long just sitting near the back, thought she was in trouble. Riding tail gunner until eventually she just kept surviving until she survived at the decisive moment. And let's hear from our winner.
I'm here with gold medalist from Norway, Anita Stenberg, in the women's elimination race. Anita, that was such a scrappy ride, a very well-fought battle. What was your strategy during the race?
Well, I always find elimination a little bit difficult, especially in the beginning. So in the beginning, I just try to be a little bit safe. I have to find out how the other want to ride it, and then actually just find my spot in the chaos, and then just fight until the end and see how it goes. So, yeah, just watching the others and trying to pace myself.
That was definitely a well-fought battle because there were a couple close calls there, but you called it right. And so heading into the World Championships, how are you feeling now that you have this gold medal under your belt?
Well, it's always good to have a gold medal under the belt, so I feel good, but it's still a long time until the World Championship, and it's very strong riders I will be up against, so yeah, I just have to keep like training and fighting, and we will see.
Awesome. Thank you very much, and congratulations to Anita Stenberg from Norway.
Modest in victory. Just have to keep training, and we will see. A race like the elimination, probably for the best, since there are just so many variables that can affect someone's outcome. But Anita Stenberg said she played it safe a little bit in the early going, wanted to see how the other riders were doing. And honestly, she had a pretty good vantage point seeing how the race is unfolding in front of her before she ultimately just did enough to survive all the way until the end before beating Jennifer Valente. So Anita Stenberg, Norway, gold. Jennifer Valente, USA, silver. Micah Vanderdoen from the Netherlands wins the bronze. Still one more presentation to come, and that will be the race that we just saw, the last one of the evening. And we are still awaiting on a few of them, so stand by for just a few moments.
Matis Buchley from Beat Cycling, we need you over to the podium, please.
You know, it's our winner that we're still waiting on, but he is on the bike, and I'm watching him bike over for his gold medal. From the Beat Cycling trade team, adorned with the Dutch red, white, and blue. The Dutch national team jersey, usually the orange. These days it's white, but he gets to wear the flag on his back.
The medal ceremony for the Tissot UCI Track Nations Cup Milton Men's Elimination Race. La cérémonie de la remise des médailles de la Coupe des Nations piste Tissot UCI de Milton Élimination Hommes. The medals and gifts will be presented by, les médailles et cadeaux seront présentés par MP for Milton, le ministère parlementaire de Milton, Adam Van Couverden. Winner of the bronze medal, representing Spain, médaille de bronze représentant l'Espagne, Eric Martorell Haga.
Thank you. Congrats.
Winner of the silver medal, representing Australia, médaille d'argent représentant l'Australie, Blake Agnoletto.
Yes, see on the kayak team here in Canada. I tried that. Oh, really? Yeah. Congrats. Appreciate it. Enjoy the coffee. If you're Australian and you ride bikes, you probably like coffee. So. All the boys too. Thank you.
Tissot UCI Track Nations Cup Men's Elimination Race Gold Medalist, representing Beat Cycling, la médaille d'or d'élimination homme de la Coupe des Nations piste Tissot UCI, représentant Beat Cycling, Matis Buchley.
Already. I'll tell her that I gave her a medal and we'll get a photo here together.
Please acknowledge all of our medalists. Vos médaillés.
There's your podium. Matthias Buchley Beat Cycling. Buddies from the Netherlands taking gold. Blake Agnoletto from Australia, the silver. And Eric Martorell wins bronze for Spain, and that was former Canadian kayaking gold medalist Anna Vancouver giving the medals. And now coming up in just a few moments, a few words with our winner.
I'm here with the men's elimination race gold medalist, Matthijs Buchley from the Netherlands for beat cycling. Matthijs, you are a Dutch national champion. Here you are, the winner of the men's elimination race at the Tissot Track Nations Cup in Milton. How did that race go for you, and walk us through your strategy?
It was the perfect race for me, I think. Elimination race is always really hard to try to find the balance between saving some watts, saving your legs a bit, but also, yeah, it's risky sometimes. I tried to find the right balance by sometimes pushing watts and sometimes staying like in the middle of the pack, and that saved me for the end, so I could push out some sprints, and in the end it was enough to win.
And that was some tough competition in that race as well. So how do you feel now as you head into the World Championships?
Well, really happy. So this was my only Nation Cup, so my only chance. And I took my chance, so really happy with that.
Well, that paid off for you. Well, congratulations, everybody. Your gold medalist from the Netherlands, beat cycling, Matthijs Buchley.
I took my chance, 1 for 1. Matthijs Buchley just does one Nations Cup and takes the victory. That will conclude everything from night 1 here at the Mattamy National Cycling Centre in Milton, Ontario. Still lots more to come. There you see the schedule right in front of you. Tomorrow, the men's Omnium, the women's sprint, and the men's Kieran. So distances, sprints, we've got it all coming for you tomorrow. There's also the women's Madison from the looks of things. So all kinds of things. Pick your poison tomorrow. We're going to wrap things up, and we'll see you again tomorrow night. On behalf of everybody here, I'm Gavin Day. Goodbye.
We may put up the frame, the bricks, and the windows, but you bring the hook with one. We may pave the paths, create the gyms, and assemble the multi-bars, but you start the pickup games. We may design the courtyards, social lounges, and shape the rooftops, but you host the summer nights. We may build the neighborhoods, but together we build the community. We build the buildings. The clock starts before the dawn clears the night. Emerging from the darkness, light begins and follows its own route. Unstoppable, like time. Powered by the sun. Here, now, and for eternity. At the top of the hill, take a breath. Never stray from the line. Start over again and again. An up and down cycle.
I'll do it, but you want to bring a bag for my camera? Oh, you don't have a bag? No. Well, you could just use an elephant bag. Okay, I'll ask. Go.